terror of depths. Previously, we engaged some terror from the deep in less than ideal situations, but still walked out largely intact. Like, in the sense that as much of the team was dead as alive, and that's by many metrics a win. Not the grand scoreboard metric, but adequate. We can make up for that with points where things aren't doing too bad. We have our main base, which is currently fairly healthy. We have the 2 little expansion bases up and running now, which are going to run interception gear, and went ahead and confirmed that weaponry can still be manufactured for a profit, so we're going to be setting up Gauss manufactories in order to help finance everything that we're doing around the world. And it occurred to me just immediately before starting up this session that really there is just about zero reason to keep a stockpile of alien submarine parts until such time as I have actually made myself capable of building alien subs. That until I am able to build subs, like each of these $250,000 power supplies could instead be $250,000 to help finance all of the regular infrastructure that I should be throwing down. I could invest that into gun factories and so forth. And, you know, the construction of individual spacecraft-grade submarines, seacraft, takes so long that, really, there's a pretty strong production bottleneck, and in the time it takes you to build a fancy ship, you're going to have scrounged up the parts for a couple more. Especially since if it comes down to it, you can build the advanced stuff out of the raw materials, as long as you have Zerbite. That all fits together. So I'm going to be more often starting to liquidate those for mad piles of dosh, by which to conduct better space war. So, for example, with those in hand, I should be able to buy a bunch more technicians and some science team. Alright, not the science team yet. I'll focus on the technicians, since they are slightly cheaper. Since I am investing in turning technicians into more material. And there we go. That's another one of the key components that I'm hoping is going to carry us into the mid-game. This time, unlike the regular COD campaign, dove right in on reverse engineering of basic alien weapon. I'm going to try and transition our main teams over to using the Sonic Blaster here. Get ourselves off of our basic harpoon guns and skip over the human tech stuff. That's, for the most part, alien weaponry is better on all fronts. It's just more expensive to work with because it's reliant on space fuel. But we're going to get a lot of it just from loot, just from defeating the enemy, which we'll do more easily when we have fancy space weapons. Let's see, what else could I be going in here on? Various corpses. Sonic Pulsar. Gauss Clip. Learning Array. What are you, Thermal Shock Launcher? Are you just a space rocket launcher, or might you be something yet more dangerous? Because at some point, we should encounter water polo. That should be a sight to behold. could throw a Space Corps on the pile, but no, that's more something to do once I have like a 50+ science team. Medkit! Yeah, there's another bread and butter thing that I don't have yet. Oh yeah, tentatively, let's see, how many... Yeah, we found a full 17 blaster rifles and 30 ammo for them. And how many shots are in a blaster rifle clip? Hit me the pedia. Doesn't say. Still have no idea until I actually get them into the field. However, for now, I'm waiting for more humans to be delivered. I can definitely get a set of them piled into the boat. Yeah, just go with 8 for now, since our heavy weapons teams still have use for human tech heavy weapons. There we go. 8 rifles, half of the ammo. That's a start. And I need to go fire up the name bin. See which new brave souls are ready to descend into the deep. Let's see. Our third Dave. There are more on the way. There are always more humans to condemn to the depths. And there they are. Let's get you all just pre-wrapped and ready to go. Very interesting color choices with the extra bits of the bar. Kind of weird and discordant. I'll up to the front of the ship with you. There's my shiny new gunsmiths. Much needed. So for the benefit of people watching the later recording and to begin to engage it, there's a discussion going on in my live audience right now about the failure condition for the game. And the thought of why losing all of your funding from all of the nations would be a lose condition if you're capable of self-funding through arms manufacture and so forth, as you do in the classic games. And a part of that in the text of the games is it's not just that the various countries cut their ties with you, it's that countries that bail on the XCOM program also start signing deals with the aliens, or otherwise begin to collaborate with the invaders. So, a complete collapse of your ties with your funding nations is synonymous with a complete surrender by the Earth to the invaders. That is how it goes. The PlayStation 1 port of the original game actually features, as part of its bad ending, a new cutscene that they made for that, where some sectoids go to the UN and get the representatives there to sign off on ye grant human surrender, and then shoot them anyway, because why not? Right, there's our motion detector. Larger or faster units create larger billets. Okay, so what else do we dive into? Big Gauss. Yeah, we want to move up the for-profit weapons and possibly also grab the, like... The boat equivalent for the Gauss weaponry might be decent. And even if it's not, producing the progressively larger Gauss weapons are better for the for-profit arms manufacturer. Speaking of, I should turn this line into a Gauss rifle line. Right, that's what threw me off. It's because those reports had happened simultaneously, right next to each other. We don't know damage because we don't have detailed reports on that. I actually want to compare the Gauss rifle to the space gun, so let's see. It has auto-fire at all. I don't think the sonic rifles had auto-fire. Nope, just snap and aimed. 75 on snap, 110 on aim. Versus 65 and 100. 30 time cost and 60 time cost. And we don't know how the damage numbers compare, because we don't have the ammo researched, but I had a bit of a hunch that maybe the developers would go such ways as well in the process of balancing all your various weapon systems, that there might be some soft stats on the human guns that were favorable. And again, as I've started to notice during the previous sessions, things like clip sizes mean that auto-fire is something you're supposed to be relying on less in this versus the previous game. Yeah, it's just a small. That's just one of the sort of metrics I'd consider, particularly with like the dynamic that settled in by the end of the first campaign of keeping lasers around as a thing to give the rookies because it's cheap and replaceable and still of adequate damage. Other considerations like being faster firing or marginally more accurate would be traits that would make a weapon more rookie-friendly compared to a more powerful mainline gun. Where you going, friend? To a world of hurt, that's where you're going. Yeah, go on. Run away. Gotta wait till it gets back across Colombia first. Come on, hit the Caribbean, I dare you. Enter swamp airspace. Land. And to reiterate, as we're comfortably early in session, so the plot of Terror from the Deep is that it turns out that ages ago, way back before the dawn of man, the aliens, or some aliens, had made an attempt to settle the Earth like regular ways of just sending a boatload of colonists to come down and set up shop and be at home. However, something went wrong, the ship crashed into the ocean, and the project was abandoned. So, ages later, after the first alien war and the battle on Mars, the space brain decides as a final insult to humanity to send a signal towards the Earth in the hopes of waking up whatever's left of the colony ship. And 40 years later, it is awake and has rebuilt itself enough to start sending spacemen up from the depths to attack humans. And that's where we are. Yeah, you actually go wait at base. Because if it takes off again, we want them as ready as possible to go after them. I think if I launched the lander now, it would get there around sunrise. And then meanwhile, Apocalypse is off kind of in its own little world. It like takes an entirely different approach to things. It's much smaller in scope. Like, instead of being about the world as a whole, it all takes place inside of like a single mega city that aliens are starting to infiltrate. And so you have, instead of politics between XCOM and various countries, you have like all the corporations that are a big deal inside this city and own property and do business. You go about clearing buildings and fighting in the streets. And all the corporations hate each other as well, so instead of just having an overall broad sense of if you're a good boy who's helping everyone, the money rolls in, befriending one faction can in and of itself anger another faction and cause lines to be drawn in the sand. And if you end up completely pissing off one of the factions in the city, they become as much your enemy as the aliens are. Where do you think you're going? Swamp Interceptor away. Damn. Definitely a lot of new, different, I enjoy the more dynamics out of having permission to launch an interceptor that's not in pristine condition. Ultimately, it's an option that probably makes the game easier, but in that, like, good, fun, skill-responsive way. Things will be easier because you have another tool to swing at the enemy. Risks to take, rewards to claim. Anyway, let's suit up and try out our new Sonic Blasters. No, you're new here. You don't get the good stuff. In fact, you don't even get the space stuff. Here's your harpoon gun. Harpoon gun, your dye boot, your magnet grenade. Sound is for earners. You could have the heavy weapon. Which of the... okay, that's a sound clip. In which there are 15 rounds. Not bad. Especially for a weapon that doesn't auto-fire. It's a pretty healthy stock. That is more shots than a belt of our autocannon ammo. Stuff more regular grenades into the lander. We got to restock those. They were probably short. We use a lot more grenade during these runs. Dave, here's your noise gun. Now, remember, Dave, left leg deploys the smoke screen, right leg is a high-powered explosive. Don't mix those up. Grayson, go to back in town. Here's your noise gun. Left leg for smoke, right leg to explode. Know the difference. And you get to try out a noise gun. Same with you. Features. And right, that's why the heavy weapons were available. I stripped them off of people for coastal operations. Oh yeah, you get the auto gun. Cannon. Ooh, get to step up to torpedo launcher. Congratulations. Dart pistol at the ready, and go have a good time. And you, congratulations on your new gas gun. Oh, get him, actually. Yeah, that's loaded with explosive round right now. You never refilled the regular bullets for that thing. I guess that leaves you to be a rifleman? Alternatively, yeah, you were supposed to have this gas cannon. And I will make you a regular rifleman. And someone may as well carry a taser. You're right up by the door, so let's just give you a pre-primed smoke grenade already in hand. Now we're planning ahead. Right, no one immediately visible in the vicinity. Let's go fishing. That's our nearest map edge. So already we have vague confidence that this corner seems a bit clear. Ish. We'll be moving largely west. Alright, next turn then. We will set up the roof smoke. And prepare our various noise lords to move forth. Wait, where did we see you? It was one wet time. But where? I just want confirmation on the corner. Very good. Oh, there you are. Hmm. Hmm. That improved accuracy. Good enough, I guess. There we go. Now Gumby should feel vaguely safe. At all times, remember the importance of morale. To feel safer is to be safer. Alright, looks like we're having a nice, uneventful north corner. So far, at least. Alright, we have probably found the crash site. Just hold very still there, Shablam. Support team will attempt to engage the target. That's some strong coral. Good stuff. Alright, now just finish charging up to the die grenade. Now that we've confirmed this coral is bulletproof, settle in, you'll be fine. fair point. Coral is basically organic concrete. It is quite powerful stuff. Get this coral back to R&D. We might be onto something. The ultimate life form was under our feet the whole time. Yep, confirmation of enemy submarine, with a gaping hole blown in the side of it. I should buy a tank when we get back to base, just to see what they are. By tank, but a boat. So, a boat, I suppose, since tanks themselves were kind of boat but a car. And there's the south corner. There we go. That gives us dye coverage up to the breach. Through which a small team should be able to engage whatever's left. I mean, we've already killed 2 outside. And these have a crew of like 5 or 6. And we have contact with the far side of the zone, so here we are. There is at least one spaceman alive inside that wreck. And we have to smoke him out. Yeah, that hole means that our heavy weapons team back on the roof has a clean line of fire into the UFO. Good times. In fact, you can just... You're being weighed down so much by your gear, understandably. Yeah, just drop the spare torpedoes. There might be times when it would be worthwhile to have some sort of ammo caddy for your heavy weapon people. Just a teammate whose job is to carry and deliver supplies. Especially since you can throw supplies if you put them in hand. Like, I could take a belt of ammo and just lob it at someone. There's a job for the rookie. Set you up behind this dude. It'll give us a couple of angles that we can observe and fire at the gap from. Once these folks are down in the corner, they can swoop in, make contact there, and if necessary, dive in and take a look. You're out of smoke. Damn. Take that hill. Hill taken. Well done. You will get to scouting that corner eventually. You know, we finished figuring out the motion scanner. Maybe I should have built and deployed some of those. That goes into the budget as well. That's a talking point at the next department meeting. Detection equipment, yes. Firmly merits pre-discussion by the budget committee. What is this void? Okay, definite movement. That section of the hull is intact. You have your ink boot. Good. Yeah, just stand on it. You'll be fine. Okay, that's the door noise we heard. Hello, friend. You don't have the time needed. Back up and try to lure him. If he comes around the corner, there's the off chance that Trash Man will take the shot. Well, Trash Man received the shot. That's close to what I hoped he'd do. You're halfway there. Good work, Gumby. Out these angles. The first time, well, yeah, I think the first time I've actually gotten firmly inside of one of these to take a look at its layout. From the regular door, immediately opens into this tiny antechamber. On the right, small corridor. Looks like inside of this bubble over here is probably where the reactor was, given that that's at the center of where it's exploded. Over in the back, got some orbs. And on this side, yeah, here's a control room of some sort, and yeah, the next. Space-toid, and you're out of time. Vanish into the smoke. Or around the corner. Two more corpses accounted for as casualties of the crash, and the one we killed outside. Getting closer to done. July? Not quite. And probably not at all. This wall would be in the way of any good angles. I'd have to come in from at least over here just to be shooting around that corner. Yeah, geometry doesn't quite line up there. Means folks have to move up if we're going to provide relevant support to our comrades. You just be ready to snapshot. Grace entrance down the hill. From there, he would have clean line of fire on everything that's out here once this fellow gets outside the door into the action zone. Likewise, Shablam. It leaves the control room. Pretty well everybody can open up on it. That'll do, Dave. That'll do. These are so rude. These little pockets that purely exist so that someone could be hiding back here and not be seen from the hall. And then there's something around this corner. Exactly what is unknown, and I am hoping it will remain unknown for this mission, since surely this time when I push the button, the round will be over. Yep. Two of ours for 6 of theirs. 14 artifacts recovered. And there was some Zerbite there intact, so maybe that blown up thing wasn't actually the core. Could have just been a different system that was destroyed. Grimbot, Trashman. Die early, die often. Die for the cause. Right, main base is chronically out of storage space, because loot. We'll work on that. Let's see. True bounty of what we pulled out all here. I think I'll just keep 2 and 4 spaceship parts on hand. I believe these are space grenades, in which case I should probably rush to figure them out as well. Then I can just not bother buying human grenades, since these are terribly abundant. But things are going right. The enemy does not have a chance to use them before getting plastered. And already another contact. The sub... Jim. I guess because it's so fast, the math is deciding that it would be faster to go the other way around the world. There we go. Remember to calibrate all of your navigational equipment before leaving. Go to last known position. It can't be far. Yeah, there it is. Ah, overkilled. Shameful. But yeah, once we get that new storage space open, gotta restock a bunch of common ammo tabs. For now. For as long as we're still using regular heavy weapons. Yeah, as soon as the budget allows, I gotta go about installing more Gauss manufactories at the other bases. For now, best marginal expense is to continue sizing up the work that we already have at the main base, until we have something fancy for them to work on. Ed kits are not particularly fancy. Still, we should get those. There we go, just give it a couple weeks. And we will have first aid kits and motion sensors adapted for water use. Good. We have our brief window of opportunity in which to restock. Although I'll gladly skim down our pile of alien weaponry. I just pull $1 million out of nowhere. Oh yes, one second. 2 torpedoes. Pick up a coelacanth? Maybe? And just since we're not quite done making use of regular harpoon gun, I will pick up some supply of dart. Packing our inventory down to the individual grenade. Well, this kind of snuck up on us. Back. Base defense time! Let's go! Noise guns for everyone. And the new grenades don't arrive till next week. Alright, you get gas cannon. You take another noise gun. I like the attitude, however, noise gun. Likewise, the spirit is strong, but you should have a cannon. Cannons possess immense spirit. Show them your resolve with a gun. And yeah, make sure all of these rookies that we're able to rope in also have bomb in boot ready to go. Alright, the base will be dry. Torpedo launcher shouldn't work. Oh, regular gun it is. Or... regular gun. I have more noise guns, but we're down on noise clips. Noise will last a while. You're still alive after emptying an entire noise cannon. You're good, folks. And let's see, yeah, this thing. This won't work above water. Oh, you better bring noise. All non-combat personnel were evacuated, except Sergio from HR. Oh, it's alive, Gil. Okay, base defense. Here we are. In the base. Map procedurally generated, well, deterministically generated by way of your base. It's the facilities you built in your base as a map. Our 3 hangars. Just our little built the facilities down the middle. It's the containment lab. There's our storage rooms. Living quarters. Some part of this is the shops. There's the sonar. And enemies will have been deposited in the hangars or in the airlock. Which is this bit here. And our commanding officer has been deployed right next to the airlock. Beautiful. We have to sort our shit out relatively quickly if we're going to survive. We can have hostiles over there. Over there, or anywhere else. The upper floors of each of our facilities are isolated from each other. So those are kind of a safe space that we can dig into if we have to. Couldn't get over there. Alright. Just stay here. As a tentative first step of the plan, gonna declare this hangar off limits. Plant mines, and if nothing ever sets them off, that's fine. Anything does pour out of here, and we have that early warning. Alright, given our positioning, I think the same approach would serve us well for over here. Supposing I can get people to the right spots. Alternatively, I can have everybody just duck out of the corridors for the moment to get set up. lot of very important calls that have to be made in quick succession. And all together. I can treat the airlock and the north hangar as the same threat as far as sussing out where to plant teams and set perimeters. Oh, this is the storeroom over here. It's where the rest of the items have been dropped. Convenient. This is a door, though. Although throwing would be terrible down this hall because of the ceiling. We'll get you set up to plant another mine. With that, we'll just kind of aim to opportunistically seal off the other two hangars. Hakim had the luxury of spawning with his back comfortably to the wall, so we'll pull him out here. Hakim, Ahab, and Ishmael will all coordinate on that hallway until it's secure, and then move over to center team. Torres and Carrier will just immediately make themselves part of center team. Borg and Krem are dealing with this part of the hallway until such time as this is safe, then we move out. Ariana is going to want to support Aaron. You have no, neither of you has a landmine. At least all the corridors mean I'm not that reliant on smoke. Like the base having a very practical, ordinary-looking layout. I think it's pretty sensible for setting people up to cover places. Right, Grayson is guarding that. Though he should probably do so while not standing here, since then he's vulnerable from anything that charges out of the north hangar. The airlocks. Let's reposition you to over here. There. Now you are ready to pop out and attack things in that corridor. All of you are bodies that I can press into service against the main hall. Gil, Sergio, they can move up that way. Keep quiet to this side for now. Although I already have the landmine in place there, so at least you have your back covered. Let's think of that as relatively fine. Get both of you behind this door. If anything does come out of the main airlock, I would rather at least force it to close in before taking its first shot and costing me a guy. Just be sure you're set up exactly on the door, ready to snap it open and fire at anything we see in the hallway. Could have packed more flares on the extras, since it's looking like the base is also considered dark. We have foreknowledge of the layout, but I guess we cut the lights. Maybe they cut the power. Get you ready on your door, since where else are you going to go? Oh, you have flares. How far down this hallway could you whip a flare? Not very, because of the ceiling. Fair enough. Oh, Gumby's up here. Gumby, wake up! We're being invaded! No time for lazing about. Hit you on this door as well. There. This is the better closet to pop out of. Given the choice. Alright, invaders, what do you got? Plenty of movement, but no shots fired. It's Gilman. Be it noted, sound guns are powerful enough to put holes in our walls. Alright, so we know at least one spawned over there. And one more accompanied him. Hello, sir. Might I interest you in a subscription to a landmine? So if it charges forward after Shablam, it hits the mine. And as long as Shablam doesn't move, then she won't provoke reaction fire. I did not have time to mine that other corridor yet, so it's still safe. Or is it? Did a mine miss and end up sitting right there in front of that workstation? Up against the wall? Unpleasant if true. Workable, though. Alright, another Gilman here. And our perimeter is down. Very good. Now we'll have the Hakeem attend to this area for now. I'm sure not going in there to test the waters. In fact, if anything, I'd rather have Hakeem repositioned down the hall as soon as possible. Alright, he could get to over here for now. That would be adequate. Over here, or in here with Ishmael. That works too. The advances in door technology. Man's greatest weapon. These folks will be tied up monitoring hangar number... West hangar, yeah. Northwest east. Have Blorg back there, ready to ambush. And good day, further Gilman. As expected. They did not expect the humans to be equipped with such powerful beats. Alright, that's less than pleasant. We just have you hold still. The action fire is based on movement. At least we know it's there, and like with its move speed it could get to the airlock or this corridor. Not in a state to be able to fire. So you can just chill out. So this remains the current danger that is not resolved decisively. This fellow could probably tank the mine and still attack Shablam. does not have enough time to defend themselves. But could run fair distance. Doing what we can. Because at least then, in order to get the shot on Shablam, the Gilman would have to at least go up to the doorway. And the doorway we can keep watched thusly through our convenient gap. Get Gil up to this closet. Overall situation's looking pretty good. We have several Gilman neutralized, and we're at one probable casualty. Decent ratio all around. And yeah, let's get you behind a door as well. If we go a turn without seeing any Gilman around the airlock, then we'll sweep forward and try to capture it. Because if the lock is itself clear of any additional hostiles, it's a good place to stand. Look at all the doors. All walls. At this point, yeah, we have... four dead Gilman. 2 seen but not yet neutralized. And that already adds up to a decent fraction of a submarine crew. We don't know what class of ship that they're using to run these invasions, and one is dead, good. And no one's been shot, also good. Why, hello there. Right, so that's definitely the fellow who just stepped on the mine outside. There we go. Risk taken to confirm there's no one else in the hall. Yep, we're good there. Would not walk up and shoot him in the back with the sound gun. Not quite enough. Oh yes, that means the one that was over here, or there was another one over here, seen but not yet engaged, which just walked into our mine, and hello, Deep One! Deep Ones are also not equipped to handle the noise. So if there's deep ones, then this is probably at least a light terror mission's worth of Gilman. Possible that that was this guy. This guy is no longer to be seen. Take my risks one at a time. Like you. Or you. Wait, why are you unarmed? What is this naked Gilman doing running around my corridors? Sir, stop that. You have a taser. Yes, Sergio has the taser. From HR. Taking my risks one at a time. Sir, please. We have rules here on Earth. If this is simply one of your Gilman customs, then we mean no offense by this, but as we intend to respect your rules, surely, in turn, you must respect ours. Right, I still have to deal with you. I'm torn between either chucking a grenade down the stairs or chucking Dave down the stairs to just no-scope him. Because he's probably spent a lot of his time. He might not be able to reaction fire at all. I mean, look, that's a pretty sizable weapon there. Clearly has more meat to it than the common sound gun. But to step out in front of him. How at risk is Dave? Not at all. Advantage no scope. Blam, get back behind the door. Yeah, what that last couple of maneuvers showed off is that while the layout is quite defensible on our part, the enemy still has enough movement that if I'm not keeping watch on all of the angles, they can get pretty far. If I just miss one turn of them advancing, they end up in a position to just break all of these formations and spread havoc. Plenty of crossfire to go around. Gumby repositioned over here in anticipation of continuing to pressure the airlock. I like the base geometry, it's just the right level of rude. For both sides. Okay, here's this shape of room, we can look at how it's good at providing cover or creates vulnerabilities in various directions, but yeah, if you're planning on going this way, you can set yourselves up around these corners to get ready to push out there, but hey, there's this corridor, and what is the next couple of rooms over? Are they also corridor? Are they corridor that leads directly to an enemy spawn point? Sort of wish that you could look at this version of the base at any time, or in advance while you're designing the bases. That you could plan these things out when you're building, without having, foreknowledge of what shape all the base modules are on the battlefield. There's actually a fairly popular mod option that, since this initial base layout, the default one, by having 3 hangars in opposite corners of the map, is kind of hell to defend. There's a popular mod to rearrange the starting base so that it's less crazy and more resilient to ground attack. Where you'd have, all your hangars on the top row, and then your airlock next to the hangars, and then there you go. Base defense solved. Base preemptively planned around a nice comfy choke point. Taking massive risks, sending somebody into the airlock alone with incomplete time. Let's send someone else also into the airlock, sure. All the way to the top. Nobody on top. Good. We'll Gumby up to there. That hole is looking clear. also clear. Oh, you're awake. Gonna have to ask you to lay down, sir. Stay where you are. Sergio, he's a human. Oh, the squad leader. Good, you should have a lot to discuss. Serge, take command of our guest. Make sure that he is treated properly, in due accordance with maritime law. Veneto. Veneto, please. Much better. Good old dependable Gil. There we go. 3 folks standing by in the airlock. They can drop back down and move towards the hangar. Oh, hi. Farewell, Gilman. Alright, rushing to the basic sound gun. Good decision. We have nice, decisive firepower against common enemy types now. Good. Or if I had the mind probe equivalent and was able to pry these fellows open, they probably have somewhere in the 40 to 50 health range. Common aliens also aren't particularly well armored either. They're probably about as durable as our troops are. With the way everyone's repositioned now, Dubois is actually more vulnerable in this corridor. Since some straggler in this hangar could scoot around there and take a shot at him. Bring you up here. Pulling back with him since he is, I believe, still the highest ranking member of the field team, thus the commander. Thus, his death would have sizable morale impact. From which the terror spiral. And that's to be avoided at all cost. Oh, there's a layer below the baseline. That's new. Subpens are down. And there's some airlock below. Huh. Depth. And the terror therein. Why, hello there. You very patient Gilman. You very quiet Gilman. Fishman. Terribly stealthy things. What a throw! You go get that flare back. Go think about what you did. Your shameful throw. Alright, Sergio, secure our guest. Take him somewhere comfortable. There, a little bit of an early warning, just in case of further fish. Could be getting close to the bottom, though. Good. Close. Is there anybody down there? Alright, so we know of 2 remaining enemies, both of whom have had their morale broken. However, they have not left their spawn points. Alright, so the 2 of you will stand by here in the airlock. You can join in on preparing for some crossfire, but also, you know, just be on call for this hole over here. Sergio out of the way with our guest of honor. Now we have to find this technician and this deep one. Would they be? Better. That's a throw. Getting back to open spaces. We will have ourselves a cloud. I want to make sure that nothing infested these offices while we were noodling around elsewhere. Right, the landmine. Mystery solved. So definitely nothing in that office. Good. Now we know. Gil. Welcome to your new post. Now we know. Alright, things are looking pretty peaceful in East Hangar. By the old no one's been shot metric. What if they're in the pools? Wouldn't that just be a raw deal? I don't need you standing by there anymore, not since we've taken the airlock. You can round the corner. Okay, we've located a Gilman. We have illuminated the Gilman. And that's what incendiary rounds do. That accounts for one of our two known remaining enemies. And that's our prisoner secure. Alright, they set off something. But what? Gilman technician remains positively enraged. Are you even Gilman technician? I hope you are. Farewell, Gilman of unknown profession. And that would just leave a deep one. If that was the technician, he's probably armed with stun bombs. Which would explain the explosion with lack of any noticeable area damage. Like that smoke's left over from the fire. We just berserk fired a stun bomb, that would do it. There. Make yourself comfortable. At XCOM, your family. Where the hell is this deep one? Well, I can't walk down into the pool, so it would be terribly cruel if they were capable of spawning down there. Okay. That hangar is now clear. Some days, this geometry. Yeah, but that entrance, still firmly landmined. All four of these folks will become a team to storm that hangar. See if we have any further stragglers. Sergio will attend our guest. All of you join the North Assault team. Alright, good. I did pick at least one person for this team who has a flare. Let there be light. And we do have one member of North Team who is carrying flares. Also good. But where the hell is this deep one? Come on, Gilman. If you're out there, give a sign. Yeah, that'll do. Rather deep one. Hiding in the corner of the warehouse. Well, hangar. Base defender. Single casualty. Single workplace accident. "17 alien dead." Could've read the manual, quiet. It's all there in the manual. And we have more space then. And yeah, we captured a squad leader. Hopefully they'll have interesting intel. Vibroblades? And that sounds like it's a mind probe. Vibroblades. Damn it, R&D. What is all this garbage you're throwing in front of my dead? You have a new top priority! Vibroblades. We need top men working on this. What are you? Maybe that's what the squad leader had instead of... Well, I didn't see a weapon on him, though. Not on the pile of stuff left after he just seemed to be carrying grenades. Anyway, there's that sizable pile of equipment we ordered. Let's fast track the medkits for now. Actually using all of our shop space, so we need to collapse some of these projects in order to pour everybody back into gun manufacture. So the harpoon bolts have been delivered, but the coelacanth hasn't? Where's my tank, guys? Paid good money for a tank. And our one workplace safety replacement. Very good. There's our coelacanth. Which, since it takes up 4 crew worth of space, yeah, I just gotta scale the team back down to 10. And there we go. Yesterday, the R&D team run some autopsies. Sounds like they may have started putting some sort of technologies, or some sort of, useful gizmos inside of the autopsies. And here's a large, slowly trundling south. That might be this month's terror mission. Let's at least harass it. Yep, that's the profile, or at least that's the ship that we thought was a terror ship last time we... Oh, hello. Terror of the sea, certainly. Fuck. That's rough. Well, it's off sonar. Perhaps we entertained it well enough to deter attacks. Sonic Pulsar, 120 damage versus the... Yeah, versus the, like, 70 of a landmine or 50 of a regular grenade. Space Grenade's more powerful than our high explosive. Noise bomb. Yeah, cut open an Arquitoid. And get the ship equipped with many space grenades. Regular grenade is dead. Space grenade's the new meta. Rather, sea grenade. Well, space to the sea. Wet grenade. Yeah, so that's the weaponry I will mount on the successor to the Hubris vessel. Yeah, losing an interceptor in the early game is a pretty big hit to resources. It was a lot of cash that just exploded. And now we have need to set up another one as well out here. Let's see, what else can I throw away? Definitely not my Zerbite. couple of sound cannons. Yeah, the old gas cannons that I have for my ship. I discard that. Oh, apparently those solid harpoon bolts are ammo for this thing, going by description? That seems weird. Because where they were on the purchase menu made it look like they were coelacanth ammo. Either way, we have our millions of bucks with which to barracuda. Alright, let's get the sub ready. Fewer crew, but this time a tank? And since it's a deliberate touchdown, full loot. Alright, Sonic Pulsars, welcome to the team. Let's see, some members of the group should receive motion trackers and our new medkits. Torres. Didn't equip this sub with all of the ones that I'd finished building. An oversight on my part. So there's still just a few idle ones sitting in the warehouse back home. Alright, let's take a look at our tank boat. We're on some nice volcanic terrain. Also, let's have the dye grenade ready to just fall to the ground afterwards. Not even a miniature submarine, it is a tank, but underwater. A pretty hefty time cost on the gun. Eye on the floor. And all the noise lords ready to roll. A submersible tank, or swank. Armored, you have 90 on the front, 5 on the side, 60 on the rear and underside. Yeah, like the other heavy weapons platforms, this thing is nearly as tough as endgame body armor. At least supposing all of the numbers are on about the same scale. Tough enough that its front armor can almost ignore a noise rifle shot. Only 23 time for the snapshot. Alright. Enemy sub. Enemy aquatoids. Strong opening whiffs. We're gonna have 2 layers of smoke between us. I feel not too bad about getting some boots on the ground. Especially if it means solving problems. Dead grays tell no tales. Well, blues, I suppose. Coelacanth has an angle on that one. Alright, now we know of a third. Good. Good work. That's some nice visibility enhancing. Tactical destruction of terrain. Alright, the folks who are outside right now may be marginally boned. Best of luck out there. Alright, looks like we've successfully concealed the team. Of 2 hostiles. There you are again, friend. Go on, pop over that ridge and say hello. Say hello as you are undone by your own sound grenade. Everyone else is better off inside. The lawn is not yet secure. Noise successfully deployed. Only to reveal a second one that is immediately piled in. They're adopting our strategies. They are learning to send wave after wave. Yeah, space grenades are really powerful. Look at all that terrain damage as well. It just took a bite out of the side of this volcano. Sadly, you can't rename your vehicles in this one. Not a feature of the classics. It is a feature in Xenonauts. You can rename all of your vehicles. Aircraft, mini-tanks, scout jeeps, all of it. Well, the jeep is just a precursor to the tank. Alright, there. Now I have space in the formation to deploy another person. Grayson's back. Yeah, and a great feature of the tanks in the classic comms is, aside from the durability and the firepower and the not yeah the unbreakable morale, they're so fast. They're just great for reconnaissance. You can cover huge swaths of ground with them with relative confidence. Alright, get everybody out now. The lawn is secure. The lawn is secure, the frontier is firmly patrolled. We have to set up to storm a UFO. Oh yeah, and if a tank survives a mission damaged, it doesn't have any downtime. There's no tank hospital. Tank will fight until the fighting's through. As long as there's fighting left to do. Another one down. Just in case tank finds itself in need of support. Go over and be tank friend. And the senior officers can get up on the roof. Wait, right, we have scanners now. Scanners that are back in the hands of the senior... Yeah, Hakeem, move forward. You will check for movement. Setting up to raid the UFO, and the thought starts to form now. I don't know if, but wait! I can. We can know many things. A nice looking mountain. Someday these will be a handsome chain of islands. You've already spent your ink. You have not. Very good. Okay, confirmation. One life sign. 6 tiles. That way. Pretty well right up against the door right now. Possibly already outside. Not already outside. Close enough, though, that it's possible I could just have someone run up, nudge the door open, and then put the bullet in. Apply the noise. Alright, good work, Coelacanth. You've secured a lot of terrain. The tank very easily, under some circumstances, does 4 people's worth of scouting on wide open terrain like this. It's quite good at it. In enclosed spaces, not quite so much. It's still useful. You know what? Now that everyone else has moved, I can... Yeah, with a second scan to calibrate it off of. Target is about as far away as you are. So yeah, they're standing like right behind the door. And now they've backed off deeper into the capsule. Trouble out. Alright, if the scanner's to be believed, they should be standing right next to the orb. Yep. Which leaves me thinking the orb itself might be the power generator of these parts, given that, you know, these are boxes covered in blinky lights. Those seem more like they'd be control equipment or data readouts, whereas orbs do things. Nebulous things. Mysterious, unspecified technology. Usually in orb form. Good mission. Status okay. Alright. Replacement interceptor activates Walcom. Take your long-range torpedo launchers and use them to stay very safe distances from the things we tell you to harass. And new living quarters online. Right, I need to liquidate loot. I guess I can sell more noise blasters. I already have a healthy crop of rifle. And expand the size of our reserve. Back again. Where are you going, large boat? Ammo profile, gently give it a nudge. Alright, you've done all you can, which was something, and you're not dead, so good. Hits were scored. If it is a terror ship, it'll be a little less populated when it hits its target. Terror reduction. Does seem to be moving towards Panama. Hey, could you be a real gem and just idle 21 hours so we can get our monthly performance review in before having to fight you? That would just be magical if you could just meet us halfway on that. Just stay clear. Just don't go there. You don't want to be in Panama. And repair happens before rearming, so even if I could, well, I can rush it out, but it would rush out empty. It has to repair the damage first before then. There's paperwork. There are rules. Terror attack on Panama. At night. But we now have noise guns. And we're bringing the tank. Wait, before launching everybody off, let's get the rest of the medkits and scanners into the craft. It's gonna be rough on our rating. And bring extra pulse ammo. And I mean, it's carrying enough flares to do a night mission. I just forgot to put flares in the hands of everybody during the base raid. That all should work out fine. Who knows, are we even faster than the sun? We're not. Are we? It's barely catching up to us. I hope. Sun, please. Apollo, come on. Alright, the angle is right. Not quite fast enough, so we'll just have you idle a moment. Just a moment. Chill out while we find a touchdown up in Iceland that we're not able to deal with. Wow. Surprising. That is small, though. It's lower priority. Alright, daylight. Do that. You can go home. Let's tentatively lob the other Barracuda at, well, not you. That one. Animate. Starting soon. Get more pre-primed smoke in everybody's hands. Get some motion scanners out onto the grid. They actually have enough medkits that almost everybody on the team can be carrying one. So no need to be stingy with those. Painkillers all around. Okay, we're at least up against the coast. A's terror mission is... I don't know what that is. So we might be fighting Aquatoids. Good job, tank. Damn. That is one tough antique diving suit. Get our initial web of fog down. And prep the team to move out. Pre-prime one for the roof. Oh, you can see him from there. Pay it no heed. I am not sure what this thing is. We will see. Seven dead civilians! And something did immense damage to our tank. Coelacanth, what's going on out there? Where did mysterious gold diving man go? Hello, friend! Alright, I guess that's what damaged the tank. This calcinite. Or maybe you damaged the tank. Sorts of things could have damaged the tank. It has poor peripheral vision. Now we know. And one of those special effects sure did look like a psychic attack. Okay, hello, second diving man. Tank, come on! You're not even trying, tank. Drive out of the way and clear the path for somebody else to deal with that. Jubilant? Not so much. Another one of our mystery bins. Eight dead civilians. 9. 10. Since there is a hole in the fence, someone needs to keep track of what goes on down on the docks here. That's a flank to monitor. Also, I'm getting the strong suspicion from their behavior so far that the diving suits may be close quarters fighters. I have seen no projectiles leave them. They seem quite friendly. Let's not give them the chance. That's the sort of thing I'd rather learn from an autopsy report. On one of theirs, not one of mine. That's straight down the pipe from the nose of the ship. Shablam? Shablam. Alright, Torres will join the team on the docks. Gumby is part of the main assaults. Which is kind of a vague concept when we have a sizable open area which can be covered from the roof. Both heavy weaponers are gonna go up top. You two will form a group to move along that line. These three will operate on the main field. And the rifle we have up top will descend to the ground. Dave Shiro. Once we have a better grip on the situation. Alright, something that way. Spotted by our noble coelacanth. Clarified right off. Its aim is terrible! You'd think the vehicle would be more stable than our folks running around. Yeah, but the final action is turn you facing that way, since that's a more probable direction of approach for any new hostiles. Yeah, that was definitely the sound of new brain attack. You know, if I had a regular exploding round in there, that might have killed them. Actually, do I have regular exploding round? No, those are definitely phosphor round. How about you? What are you loaded with? Regular explosive. Good. Good. And for an aimed shot, you actually cannot take any steps at all. How about just for the snap? I mean, it is a cannon. This is one of those situations where there is a close enough. That was not it. Be it noted. Slide the coelacanth a little out of the way. And remind myself of entire other friends. Yeah, that should be good for Hakeem. Be it noted, those explode. I think that'll also work for you. Perfect. All well within expectations. The tank probe further this way, just to clear more ground. More diver. And I don't know how fast the divers are yet. I have no idea if this is a safe distance for a diver to be at. Tough diver. And that would present a much more dubious shot as far as friendly fire. Will not take that shot. What are we at, 11? 12. 13 dead civilians now. There's just no saving them. Alright, we've reacquired the suit. Getting good performance out of the noise guns. And real reliable. Continue to probe this way. I want to find a map edge so that I can kind of anchor myself. The Aquatoid. Okay, that's all known targets. And we're tentatively reaching a map edge, so those two will be able to sweep out and support the coelacanth as it tries to move north. Or just kind of keep watch on this area, and I might try to make the main thrust of my attack through there. There's decisions to make right now, because we have, like, smaller warehouses on this side, so there's more roads to work with, but more buildings to check. Whereas this whole corner of the map seems to be dominated by one structure. There's one building here, and the workyard behind it. Either way, I think I can redirect most of my rooftop heavy weapons. Keep an eye on that. Stay safe, coelacanth. There is a length of train track in this building because you move cargo containers along it. There's a crane dangling above for loading and unloading said containers. Why that track is not connected to any other sort of track on either side of the building, or urban planning. Alright, so we got one of you in there. And there are no new dead civilians as of last turn. Oh, there's another gap in the fence here. Did not notice it. Hard to tell regular fence from fence which is also a door. Those two will move up here and secure this area for what it's worth. There. Does leave you safe from all of our crossfire we can generate right now. Was that a door open last turn? Coelacanth, please. We'll have support soon. Yeah, it's your turn to get on the floor. You want at least 3 points to work with for all our shenanigans in this building. Get all the support fire you need from the cannons. Let's get set up to do this next turn. We'll leave a mine there as a nasty surprise for anything that tries to just sneak about us through that door. Meanwhile, push forward. Okay, get you back on the road and scouting then. Alright, so we saw one slip out the back of this warehouse. No human shall ever enter this room again. This facility is sealed by order of XCOM. Okay, there's the visible difference. The openable fence sections don't go all the way to the ground. quite get you behind the vent, so just leave you by the stairs. We acquired you. Perfect. Stay right there. Right, coelacanth means that we still have scads of movement left to explore with. Folks like you. What'd you get, dumpster? I don't have anyone else with a line on that. Nah, window angles are wrong for some kind of trick shot. Get this dumpster back to R&D. Or perhaps we simply live in the glorious cyber future where even the common dumpster is made of high-tech space alloy. He just does not want to fight my tank. Weird. Okay, backyard's empty. Actually, no, don't stand there. That's probably within barrel range. Good work, tank. Knew you had it in you, Coelacanth. A proud and majestic killing machine. Well, that's convenient. Last sighted milling about that room full of barrels. In full sight of my cannons. That'll do. Not for you, Coelacanth. Your day is not over. You have plenty more rumbling around to accomplish. Can you open doors? You can open doors. What a clever tank. Oh, you got scratched. Are you a tiny bit bleeding? Someone should tend to that. One team member without a medkit. Sublime, get back here. Wait, were you also scratched by something? Yes. But what? Some of my team are injured and we don't know why. Oh, hello. Unrelated note. Remaining enemy operative. Bullshit, no line of fire. The line right here. Only you could shut the door. That'll do. Yeah, you don't even have a medkit, so you're not part of that conversation. You go elsewhere. Do otherwise. Conversation that's hopefully about to end. Yes. Very good. 13 dead civilians. But, since none of them were our fault, and none of our team died, actually managed to net a positive rating on this terror mission. Finally. Acceptable civilian losses. This wouldn't have happened if they all had guns. Shiny new, top-of-the-line XCOM brand Gauss rifles. For home defense. Ammunition sold separately. See what the Funding Council has to say about that. And regular small sub successfully shot down. I'll probably leave that wreck. Well, the team is going to be in good shape once we get them back. If the wreck is still there in a day, we'll go ahead and raid it. Just leave it overnight. As we review our Aquanauts. People who managed to become wounded, of all things. Just briefly. 5 days out for Hickey, and 3 days out for Shablan. They'll be back, and Aaron hit Commander. Good stuff. This is the first time we have adjusted the roster in response to something other than deaths. And that's funding. Excellent rating. All funding nations highly satisfied. Terribly high maintenance costs because of how much I've been expanding our footprint. But still a net gain on passive funding. All the more reason to push harder for developing the heavy Gauss cannon and beyond. All in on arms manufacturing. The fate of mankind depends on it. Also, if this game is going to be more upfront about base raids, I might want to go about distributing my stuff between more bases. Go ahead and sell off the loot. Unlock the secrets of this diving suit. What is it? I need top men working on this project. Reveal its mysteries. Yeah, forget that, Frank. Annihilated. Progress is excellent. Alright, very good. More sonar coverage. More opportunities to intercept. Always welcome. And yeah, for sonar grid purposes, yeah, we want like a North Pacific base to cover the pole, and we'll probably reach Hawaii as well. And then a South Pacific base that would cover this gap here. And then like a South Atlantic or kind of Cape base to deal with all this stuff. Anyway, it's been nearly a week and you're still there. Good. Get me results. Mysterious goo. And from this goo, inspiration. Except not actually. I'm satisfied with having the goo research on hand right away for now. Just diving suit full of living gunk. A truly fearsome terror of the deep.